Well, guess what? What's going on? Do more. Same day, do more. I'll do it. I'll do more. Do more same day. Malvi Eddy here. I'm your host who loves you the most. Yeah, even you. Stream starting, multi-streaming. I just need to set up my dashboard monitoring for five stream platforms. 5. That's why I'll do it like this. Yeah, like this. I'll do it like this. Today continue with the Godot, day 10 for me, Godot learning, development in Godot engine, but I'll do the proper intro segment for that. And well, I'll share my desktop, what I'm doing, just so it's something moving on the screen. Stream starting soon, but it's already started. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? When the ink comes down, you better be ready. That's what you're gonna do. Be ready. Be ready, boy. Learning mode on. This is playing. That's nice. Real nice. With the loudness. I thought to prepare all the dashboards right away, but for some of the streaming platforms you can only arrange the panels when the stream is on. And I'm also annoyed with my restream service how it handles details for the stream on Twitch. It shows always default category Minecraft. That's a false. So if I pull this over here and grab this thing, pop out quick actions, so you can see also like this. There, you see now? Oh, you don't. Yeah, you do. Like this. I use this panel, tiny panel. Then I grab the activities, yeah, like this, great. Like this, and then pop out the chat manually, all by hand, no third party, no sharing info, sensitive info with any services, just like this. Also, the live, pop out chat, which is activity, pop out actual chat. How about I hit F5, refresh, will it then load? Meanwhile, in the land of kick, pop out activity, pop out the chat, pop out the chat, pop out the chat. Oh, let's have music hotter while this is going on. This segmento. Do you know that you're watching the best content for free available at the moment? Sending notifications, I'm back. There I got some people joining just now. Is this just now? Where are timestamps on the Trello? What you be doing there, people on Trello? Where are timestamps? No timestamps. Pop out alerts, chat. Pop out chat though. I don't need to play this, this doesn't need to play. But I want kick, I want to hear it. Kick. I use it to monitor the performance. Let's grab the YouTube stuff if it's up and running. Yep, we're on YouTube live. Real nice, real nice. What's going on here? Learning, growing, learning, development. Day 10 for me, Godot engine. Is my speech too wet? Am I too close to mic? It's a bit late over here, so I'm closer to the mic-o. So what's going with? Can I get from the live chat pop out here after hitting refresh? Pop out activities. Got this, got that. You see I don't use headphones, that's how cool I am. And keep this so just to align these things. Okay, it could happen that I'll be get disconnected at some point, but can't live in fear. So I'll kick third column, Twitch fourth column, kick Twitch second column, third column, but draw, because it's very spammy on its own. Why is this thing not loading? Load. Okay, there it is, loaded. Listening for the audio levels. Is everything in order? Must be. It should be all fine now. Where's another throw? So throw, this throw. Oh, let me know in the chat if you're there, if you have any questions. If you need me to call 911 emergency or something, I can do that for you. Okay, Kiko, Cheto, Kiko, Cheto. Some of these I can arrange before, but also this gives me time to make a preliminary checkup, quality assurance for the stream levels, whatever, audio, performance and so on, and I'll put in the, I thought to take time online live, and that I'll arrange some visuals in the here the screen, so you can see, so that everybody can see what's going on, like put the topic on the video, in the video itself, what's going on. But no, not this time. I will not waste time live arranging scene in OBS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 people. Dijon 47, Mekki, Eleonora 40, Jameson 96. Hi there on throw. Great to have you here. Stay a while and listen. And well, what you see behind me scrolling, that's my NFT collection on my website. You can find the links. All my infos are just on the website. Let's make it personal. and to share actually. Site is legit, site a legit site, it's not some, it's not that there's no site here, it is. So on the main, it's a network, multi-site network. Usually I keep the links on the platforms for this blog site, Studio Lab. And then on the bottom here's the link for this thing, for the NFT, free NFTs. It's my second batch, but first like really polished up series of shrikes. These guys, come on. Well, actually you can see it here. So here's the collection site, posts of every release, or the inventory, more like a catalog type of presentation. With that said, I'm about to get ready for the official intro. These NFTs are no gas to get it in their Polygon wallet. So gas is already paid. You only pay for listing if you want to sell. But these will go into history. I mean, these are not AI generated. They're unique and no training done on them. No AI knows about them. Unique as they can get. 2 pages of them, so it's around 20-ish of these, but there's more that are just in the inception stage. I'm not monetized on any platform for streaming, so all business happens on my website. And for the official intro, hit the stream marker and go maybe like this. Hello ladies and gentlemen. This is live recording and rehearsal session. Transmission from Studio Lab at Oga, which is my place. And you're watching Eddy's Internet of Capitalism show, this time edutainment, learning, with the learning development in Godot game engine. Previously, today I've done reading of the manual for Blender 4.232, and now to keep my skills, what I've learned previously 9 days for Godot fresh, I continue with Godot game engine. Then day 10, Blender is day 3, a little bit behind. Working titles, so I'm your host, Malivi Ready, love you the most, even you. If you're watching the stream recording version, you can jump at the end, see around at the end of the video recording for the recapitulation summary for the stream. I'll also put the link for the full video that I'll keep on my website in the article, from where I'll actually publish shorter versions with important bits. So as this is being a live recording, that means I do live to get the video up in the cloud and then streamline the production from Twitch, YouTube, to create in few steps shorter useful versions, shorter episodes. That's it. We're done. We're ready. You can see by my, I don't know, appearance that I'm a legal age for anything. So you can't pull that card on me. Forget about it. Hey, cool. There we got also Papa Stuffy on YouTube popping up. Great to have you here. This is my day 10 of Godot. Well, if you're kind of... well, I make this actually to share how I encourage myself to learn. And today we'll go into this thingy. Thing. Pong. So this is Godot manual official docs for 4.3, and I've went through quite a few things here, not just from the manual, but other things. If you want to learn, I suggest grabbing yourself a link to go through the scripting language. Took me, I don't know, 8 hours, but learned a lot. I had some background, so it was a bit easier. It was not my first time coding. And then I started, because actually first day 1 and day 2 I tried straight away the tutorial. I'll make game, but no. I said I'll take time. And also for the curious ones to get the angle and perspective, I went into detail step by step, actually reading through all this section, because like it says here, this is the best practices introduction, and here I use during the streams. This is what you'll like here. Check this out. Boing, boing. Ah, look at this. Zoomed in full screen. No more tiny tutorial videos. You can see from, I don't know, you can go and cook in the kitchen and look from far, I don't know, 10 feet, and you can read. I use Windows magnifier, and also one or two more useful visual aid tools for presentation, highlighter, mouse, left, right, click, ting, ting, and we're all set. And even when the screen is zoomed in, it works well with the engine itself. Engine behaves very nice when it is put to smaller size window, and then I'm able to have both these things one side by side and still keep them zoomed in. Starting, so I think that here in the manual section, the community tutorial, here is the application. Well, if you're not new to coding, this will be a good refresher. What I like about this approach is that it is interactive, and it's Godot itself is a single executable file, no bloat until the project itself starts to grow. Okay, I'll just get these things arranged. What do I have open? Clear. I've done some tutorials. Often, authors for tutorials have often some assumptions that are that are not beginner friendly, let's say, straight away. I intentionally put this screen. This image is like a assault on the visual cortex. For now I will not do anything with engine. I just want to get my zoom in level. Wait. First kill the zoom. First let me see how much can I squeeze this thing so I can get this much text about this, and I can zoom to this good. So if I zoom in, I can hit, okay, I can zoom even more, so I can read on a small screen even the smaller, and everything still works fine. Everything still works fine, like I can reach the bottom for navigation. Thank you, you're very kind, sir. So I usually, well, at the moment I don't perform miracles yet. Just got my feet wet, and let me find my zoom here so the fonts are clear. This level is kind of weird. Okay, so here are the smooth fonts. Cool. A lot of goes into tutorial, and this is not a tutorial. I'm just sharing my experience. Like I said, for encouragement. What I'm actually curious about is how to introduce someone who's not even clear would it, should it, and how. But that would be the thing for him. That's most challenging, but at least for now, this format, this way. I'll just put in the chat in message for the actual topic. I will just grab the copy paste the previous phrase I used, because this is all I do is living canvas, so it improves every day. So if I say here in the chat paste, where is it? Where are you? Okay, day 10. Copy all that. Paste here. I can't pin on D Live, doesn't provide pin for message. Here in the chats. Pew, and there you go. Well, even if I just read through the manual, I will get enough knowledge and train my brain to start using the learned terminology, the conventions, how to actually start thinking about hypothetical projects I would do one day. So I just wanted to get my frame of mind in the right, properly frame it. Let's see. Okay, one last thing is I need to double check on this YouTube thing. It's not an entertainment, it's not how to, well, it's education. entertainment, education. I'll go bold and say education category, and Twitch says the time that we are Minecraft, but no, we are software and technology. That's what we get on the Twitch for category, and I think I'm set now. Okay. So where to take us from here? I'm hoping that as I go through the manual here, I'm multi-streaming to DLive, Kick, Twitch and Trovo, and also YouTube, as a few more days until my subscription expired for e-streams, so I'll see them from there. I'll maybe set up a dedicated computer with OBS so I can actually do my own multi-streaming directly. My internet connection got improved, upgraded, so I might be able to squeeze more from my bandwidth and save on the year subscription. But I'm fond of the Restream service. They would like to make it that it's their own thing, but at least it simplifies the setup. Or I'm just lazy and using it, but anyway. I also do stream on, I used to stream to Odyssey and Bolt Plus TV, but I gave a chance now, DLive and Trovo. Let's see how that work. As you can see on YouTube, that's my average, around 30 up to now 40 almost subs, followers. And actually I'm getting best response with this content recently, Godot, not so much with Blender. And I've just last few days I've refined my presentation. Actually I got used to keyboard shortcuts for desktop, Windows magnifier, and just needed some fine tuning to get this looking like this. Very practical. Let me see. Stay a while and listen. Like I always say. So, what they say in the best practices introduction, it's a series of best practices to work efficiently. Okay. Okay, we should start by reading applying object-oriented principles. Now, since I don't want to replicate what already exists online, I will visit the topic. I will spend time and let it sink into my mind. I'll try to pick up the important bits, but like the programming principles, I'll leave to the viewer reader to actually do the required work and go through that subject. And for example, for this case, applying object-oriented principles in Godot. Cool. Great, Papa Stuffy. It's cool. Gotcha. Appreciate that follow. So on the subject, applying object-oriented principles in Godot, the engine offers two main ways to create reusable objects, scripts and scenes, and neither of these are the typically defined classes under the hood. Still, many best practices using Godot involve applying object-oriented programming principles to the scripts and scenes that compose your game. I might add to that the way the Godot is laying out through the user interface of the editor, the project itself and the user interface also. I will go into my my projects folder. It says learning, and I'll just grab the URL, the path to the directory, because I don't use the default C drive. And here say die teno mech learn You're about to create a Godot project in a non-empty folder. The entire contents of this folder. Wait. Can't let. Okay, cancel. So I didn't create. Well, what you say? Create folder. Yeah, create folder. Create folder. Create and edit. Okay. Let me double check my directory. Are we on the same page here? Come on. Hey. Learning, and I create. Oh, it didn't. So here is still something very, very fishy here. The convention to create a project is here a little bit silly, I'll say. So I'll delete, quit the project list and do this again, because I don't want this project to be here. What I need to say is remove this project from the list and then delete all these things and .gd because I don't want to enclose this into the project. Now let me go through this again, project creation. Thanks for stopping by, really appreciate it. Anyway, if you're still here and listening, I do this live so I cut down the video production time. I get the stuff already in the cloud and then stream live production to cut down into more useful, shorter formats, and just export from Twitch to YouTube and then trim more into more compact, coherent episodes from the long streams. Maybe sometimes just for entertainment or like a pastime, listening something on the side, or maybe with actually more elaborate practical bits. So I'm supposed to create a new project, and if I, like I said, go here in this folder, browse. So I'm in this project, browsing, learning. Okay. Select current folder, but create my project, create day 10. Learn. And I've got the create new folder on. It should work now. Now it's not warning me that, yeah, and I can see in my folder that I've got that folder finally created. So here is my empty project right now. Maybe I can use it for some of the bits that are being relayed to us through the manual. And I cut down this to this size. So I just need to scroll a little bit left, a little bit right with the mouse. And we're ready to roll. Well, to maybe add to your comment, Papa Stuffy there, for the shorter and anyway any algorithms, that they're actually having a problem. They are challenged by the decrease in the attention that they're getting. Shorter videos are for the, well, actually Instagram, TikTok, mobile apps are useless apps. Useless in the sense, whoever is just on the Instagram or TikTok, that's how I see it. I'm on TikTok because I don't want to do anything. Nobody's going anywhere. If I'm having TikTok in my hand, that means I'm set here and not leaving. So if somebody says in TikTok video, let's do this. No, I'm just going to the next year. I'm not going. I came here. I'm not going anywhere. Same for Instagram. I'm just scrolling to the infinite feed. And for I don't know, some spreadsheet for their business logic for big companies. That's like good numbers, but it's actually no. They're dead. They're gone. I myself always like long format video. If it's if I'm having if I'm thinking about watching next video, it should be at least 15 to 20 minutes. If it's 5 minutes and I'm working something on the side, I don't want to right away in 5 minutes to select the next video. Give me 20 minutes chunk. I'll listen to you on the side and do my own thing meanwhile. But if I'm just watching the 60 seconds clips, that's real addiction. Even people used to listen to radio all day. I cook, I do this, I work in the shop, and I put on the radio, somebody's talking. I'm having a notion that I'm having a company with some conversation, listening on the side, and with 5 minute short clips, I'm actually, there is it's imposed on me to browse to the second one, so I'm constantly engaged, like next, and if it's on autoplay and the next suggestion or next thing related, that's something that can't be stopped. I had an issue. I had at one point to sort out the attention question about how I spend my time. Is it efficient? Am I just wasting time? Am I just a creature in the tank, dreaming of Matrix, or actually doing something? Well, I need a tobacco roll and get this rolling. Hey, Papa Stuffy, Are you in the industry? IT, coding or something? Yeah, guy, that's the thing, bro. You had to wait for a week for the next episode, either TV or radio. And meanwhile we would live the rest of the week, our lives. We had our lives in our hands until that next show. Next day in school, you seen the last episode? That was this, what will happen next? What will be before? Did you miss that one? Watch this one? As a kid, my parents would go to work and they leave me with grandparents early in the morning before they went to work, and they would drop me to kindergarten, and they would head at dawn already, kitchen running, cooking, early breakfast, and radio on playing already, warming up the day with some, I don't know, big band music between the shows early, like 5-6 p.m. a.m. on the official broadcast network, third channel, which would be more artsy, with more sophisticated music, big bands like Gershwin playing, or I don't know, either foreign big band orchestras or even our national Croatian radio television channel. So I learned to appreciate even the classical or the live instruments, or the classical instruments, if you will. Yeah, I understand what you mean by that. Kids today wouldn't maybe comply with it, or they would, if it was imposed by some uncertain circumstances, they would maybe oppose, but after, I don't know, a week, they would forget that it even existed, what's been yesterday, like it does. Actually, the way they consume the media, it's just a perpetualization of their of whatever they're imagining that it's real. That's why there are their stars, what they are, keeping their illusion alive from each on daily basis or hourly basis, depends on the production. On with the show. So let's see how scripts work in the engine. This is important. I was trying to speed run this, like, oh, I know all this, I know all that, but no. Actually, the thing is, it's not just to read all this. The thing is to, like I mentioned a moment ago, to allow this to sink into my head so I can reuse the terminology, the naming convention, and so I understand how are the relations maintained in the project. So, for example, this is the zoomed in editor. It works well when zoomed in. It's usable. I can even write code. I can remove the distractions, the side panels. I've got no file created yet. This is the viewport, the scene, the 3D. Here are the toggles to switch the modes for the game view or the world view, so-called 2D. This would be the flat 2D thing. Then the 3D. Camera is not added to the scene. Script. So if I try to hit the F6, run the current scene, what would I get? There's no defined scene to run. And the tab here says empty. So the script itself, there's no script, there's no code behind. So this would be the script view. And if I switch back to 2D, to start creating, I would select from this section here one of the nodes, and I would select which node to use depending on the use case. 2D scene, 3D scene, user interface, or some other node. Now there are so many built-in nodes for the specific use case that solve or provide specific solutions, and then that depends on the design, the intention. And I want to go through the documentation to actually get the idea of what do they suggest and explain what built-in classes or objects they actually provide. What do they suggest is best? So how scripts work? I wanted to not just do this development drag and drop based for my projects. I wanted actually to dig deeper and learn how to create with code, not just drag and drop the assets in, but actually see how much is possible to create with the code, how much visual elements, graphics can be generated with coding. So the engine provides built-in classes like node. You can extend those to create derived types using a script. Okay, so I understand that object-oriented logic. The scripts are not technically classes. Instead, they are resources that tell the engine a sequence of initializations to perform on one of the engine's built-in classes. Godot's internal classes have methods that register a class data with a class DB. Okay, so they have methods that register a class with a class DB. This database provides runtime access to class information. Class DB contains information about classes like properties, methods, constants, and signals. So signals are Godot specific, let's say, but also in any other event-driven environment there are signals, or traditional old-school Windows messages, the message pump to dispatch the user events. The events user initiates while using the interface of a desktop application. I'll need tone down the music, the background, and check actually do the check of the live. How is this sounding live? Okay, I got you. Well, good question. It's not the training video. Actually, I'm sharing my learning process, but I'll actually edit the important tracks. But actually, also in the process, I want to get out one thing off my bucket list. The one thing off my bucket list is to make a game, and that would be a going through the door in my life, like maybe the last dragon I chased down. I actually have a grudge against gaming industry and my time wasted on games, so I'm kind of I don't know, have dilemma. Are they useful? But I'll satisfy that desire, create something simple, 2D, 3D, but I want to actually build from there. Because gamification for some things it's on the rise in recent years, and I want to do. Well, I don't dream of competing or beating, I don't know, Epic Games or any other established industry. And another thing is Godot. With Godot engine, it's possible to create even a traditional application. Doesn't need to be a game. Tesla uses Godot for user interface in the cars. Okay, this class database is what object checks against when performing an operation like accessing a property or calling a method. It checks the database records and the object's base types records to see if the object supports the operation. Attaching a script to your object extends the methods, properties and signals available from the class DB. Even scripts that don't use the extend keyword implicitly inherit from the engine's base reference counted class. As a result, you can instantiate script without the extend keyword from code. Since they extend reference counted, though, you cannot attach them to a node. Okay, let me elaborate on this. I can even scripts that don't use the extends keyword implicitly, they inherit from the engine's base class reference counted. As a result, you can instantiate scripts without the extends keyword from code. Since they extend reference counted, though, you cannot attach them to nodes. So that means that as a node itself has a reference count, and that would be mutually exclusive. Cannot have attached script to another object that is already counted. That's like a, I think, garbage collection. Memory management, references counted. Scenes. What do scenes? Okay, the behavior of scenes has many similarities to classes, so it can make sense to think of a scene as a class. Scenes are reusable, instantiable, and inheritable groups of nodes. Creating a scene is similar to having a script that creates nodes and adds them as children using addChild. We often pair a scene with a scripted root node that makes use of the scene's nodes. As such, the script extends the scene by adding behavior through imperative code. I'll try to elaborate this. We often pair a scene with a scripted root node. Okay. That makes use of the scene's nodes. Yeah, I got you on that. I got through 20 years ago, I went through the course for C++ and even a book in Croatian, translated, and it worked well. And then I tried going into C# and I had a translation book. And that thing for C#, methods, members, and when you try to converse a abstract, I don't know, topic, it would take me 2 days to go through 2 pages because it's so looping and trying to make sense of very similar terms, and when reading and trying like to just nod my head, yes, let's go further. Methods, properties, I couldn't make it. It broke for me at that point with .NET from Microsoft, C#. I couldn't, I could learn it in something like this interactively. But I gave up on Microsoft tooling. It was too tedious to set up. And now 20 years later, I'm enjoying actually now doing something that is simple to work with, interactive, single executable, like with Godot engine, and it has even inbuilt, seamlessly built-in documentation for class references. It's all same like another thing. 2 years ago, or 2020, I've started 2019, I went into the all over a sudden change industry. I'm not I'm pro just a couple years now. I worked in something completely different, and I jumped back into IT development software. And in 2 years, I delivered a project consisting of server-side, back-end, front-end, and the mobile apps. And I was working on Linux, and I found actually the proper tooling, set it up, even using the Visual Studio Code on Linux. But the Node.js stuff with their versioning and dependencies, that's hell. And I left one day, said, I have had enough of this. Especially in the middle of the project, upgrading the dependencies. What the hell are you people doing? And the rest of the team was just nodding their head like, nobody actually taking matters seriously. Well, this will... Okay, so the terminology here, just reading like this. We need some more emphasis to put all this into proper context. So, instance, inheritance. What else we have? Extending. Imperative code. Just laying like this flat in text. Seems like just a curses from an old drunkard having too much of its moonshine. So, but this all makes sense for me since I've been into the ID. So, for example, if I would, say here select a new node for other node for a scene, we'll get here a list of available elements, and it's a list, okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but actually they are, can I collapse them? So they all inherit from the main node. And if I actually read them, it will be clear what's their use case. And I have tooltips. So if I'm not trying to snap my fingers and get the solution sorted out, I might think through what's my initial intention. So what do we have here in the list? I'll squeeze this more so we can see the bottom, that nothing's been left out. A node, base class for all scene objects. There's a viewport, an abstract base class for viewports, encapsulates drawing and interaction. Okay. A canvas item, class for everything in 2D space. So if I take a look, let's say, in the viewport, what are the what types of viewports? Sub viewport, and an interface to a game world that doesn't create a window or draw to the scene directly. Class for all windows, dialogues and pop-ups. Cool. Acceptable dialogue. So for me, coming from the like, let's say, business apps and desktop, mobile, and the web-based applications that have more elaborate application, use case, or the business logic. And like we're all trained now with these standards, we can recognize what's going on here. So we have a class accepted dialogue used for the user notification, confirmation dialogue used for confirmation of actions, and so let's say I say confirmation dialogue, I put that in, but this is not good to put as a root class, but just for the sake of presentation I select confirmation dialogue. And here it should be called by some method. I don't think that it can work just on its own. So F5. Can I see? Maybe I'll hit here Control C to save this. So this will be the generic. And if I hit F6, that I will try to run this, but I don't expect to get anything. So we got nothing. But it didn't break. Okay, here it is. It's actually even simpler. Right away I can see for the node that I've created, it is toggled visibility, it's toggled to hide. Like by default, if it's not called out to, it's hidden. So if I would previously implemented some method that would call the dialog, that would toggle its visibility show. And now we can run the scene and get here a dialog showing, positioned at the top left at the 00 coordinates. OK, cancel. That hid it. If I rerun or hit cancel, it also hides it. So this pretty much works like something generic. Okay, if I select the node, can I center view? Where would be the position and those things? Can I position it? So now I'm being playful. What do I have here? Window mode, windowed, please confirm, initial absolute, center to primary. Okay, let's say center to primary, main window. Okay, center on screen. So it has many methods implemented right out of the box. Center of main window screen of. Okay, let's try this. And here I see that it's selecting the position like relative, a mode. It actually places it into center here. So if I run it again, we'll get it in the center here. Not a big deal, but a big step for all of us here going through this. And probably the X works, so all the framework for managing displaying, it's already ready and available. It's just waiting for me to implement the logic. If I would switch for this script for this scene to a script view, I got nothing because it doesn't have any additional scripting, nor it exposes the implementation. But so to handle the inbuilt implementation and whatever is behind that provides this node's functionality, it's actually displaying here in the editor. For that sake, here are the methods, let's say, whatever, exposed here. Same would be if I add a script to this, attach to confirmation dialog. And here is what happens. Okay, I could, let's say, from what I've learned previously, add a export directive. I guess it should be a directive, and say variable my chisel, say equal sup question mark, And if I switch to 2D and enable back the panels, here is what's going on. Here is my export, the custom variable I added. It's exposed here now in the editor, in the inspector panel side, and it's properly displayed as a editable string. If I change here text to that will not change in the script. It doesn't work that way, but it works for on the side of the scene. So the state of a node, the properties, and all other elements or whatever changed here is handled by the node implementation on the side of the engine's front end and the representation side. Okay, I'm just now trying to explain something that is even simpler than that, but I just want to point out that the state of my chisel, the custom variable I extended in this declared in the script, is not the same. It will not get updated because the script is script, and the state in the editor side is the state what's in the editor. I can double check if when I save everything and reload the project. Let me see what will happen with my custom here. Customization of the value for the variable. So it remembers that, so that these values are contained within the visual side of the editor, while the script side stays like that. And this logic, that separation is here because we have something like animation and those. Well, anyway, this means that I can now this way connect this element to individual side of the editor to other, either keyframe it for animation's sake or otherwise change it. This could be explained simpler, but it was pointed out in some tutorial that there is also a difference. So I'll highlight this export, and my chisel in the export declaration is actually showing here in the inspector. That's done. Let's go on. This is more or less for the sake of simplicity. Where was I? So we often pair a scene with a scripted root node that makes use of the scene's nodes, as such. The script extends the scene by adding behavior through imperative code. The content of a scene helps to define what nodes are available to the script, how they are organized, how they are initialized. Papa Stuffy, actually I'm not yet Blue Skies in my consideration, but I funnel all my online traffic through my website, and I have all relevant links on the bottom of my website page, and my website is on the channel profile or main channel page, and that's my website is living canvas. Everything happens through there. I figured out that anyway, I run the ads on the website. That's how I make a little bit of buck, since I'm not monetized anywhere otherwise. So if you notice an ad, don't be offended. But there is a contacts link if you want to send me a more personalized inquiry, or in the bottom of the page grab a link to any other platform that I'm on at the moment. I'm not on Facebook. I've got those ties, those bridges are burnt. I'm not with Meta, only on X at the moment. Great to have you over here, really appreciate it. Have a good evening. Catch you up next time. Why is any of this important to scene organization? Because instances of scenes are objects. As a result, many object-oriented principles that apply to written code also apply to scenes. Single responsibility, encapsulations, and others. The scene is always an extension of the script attached to its root node. A scene is always an extension of the script attached to its root node. A scene is always an extension of the script. Okay. So you can interpret it as a part of a class. A scene is always an extension, and I can so you can interpret it as a part of class. Okay, most of the techniques explained in this best practices build on this point. Cool. Our 17 minutes in, just a short break. For that reason, I'll leave it to... I'll do something interesting this time for the short break. For the short break this time, I will bring in the next scene. Again, I need to double check. I think I've messed the audio level here. Music too loud. It's better when it's quieter, but I don't want it to go mute when I talk. Just retract, and for this time for the short break, let's have this. Let's have this thing on. Run this. Sweet C64 chiptunes, like that. Oh, this will be so awesome. Fade the main official show score. Get me the here also on my end. Tame the volume. And here open a second Godot and run the last working finished project here. I'll run this one, and here it is. This is from the last stream completed project. And I say here, be right back. Oh, come on, can we have something more, how would I call it, to play next tune, huh? Come on. Yeah, give me that. Okay, guess what? Air is back. And let's dial down this. Do this. And put back on the official score of the show. About this level, this is good, not too silent. Maybe put it a bit like this. I think I need to redo the filters compression. And like this. Or maybe even tell it 16 milliseconds attack on it, like this. And bring back, go into the manual, the documentation. So what we are seeing here is the tutorial project completed, working shooter, score working nicely, health, score, game over, start. I hit F6 to close it, click on it, F8. How come this thing doesn't close? I guess I don't have the project open. Okay. Open this one. Is this my zoom mode? No, this is this level of zoom. Yeah, this is cool. Maybe even more. Yeah, this is the presentation mode on as it should be. So we can have side by side these two things. Noise. So if I would write code along with this thing, I would need to have this over here or around here, like in previous stream when I was actually typing code. Okay, so we're in the best practices, scene organization, and in this article covers the topic related to the effective organization of the scene content. Which nodes should you use? Cool. Which nodes should you use? Should I use? Where should you place them? How should they interact? How to build relationships effectively? When Godot users begin crafting their own scenes, they run often into the following problems. They create their first scene and fill it with content only to eventually end up saving branches of their scene into separate scenes. As the nagging feeling that they should have split things up starts to accumulate, a nagging feeling starts to build up. However, they then notice that the hard references they were able to rely on before are no longer possible. Reusing the scene in multiple places creates issues because the node paths do not find their targets and signal connections established in the editor break. Signal connections established in the editor break. To fix these problems, you must instantiate the subscenes without them requiring details about their environment. You need to be able to trust that the subscene will create itself without being picky about how it is used. I could go through the previous tutorial I did, for example, when we had a separate main scene, the player ship, the enemies, the bullets, and the user interface, compiled into a scene, the actual main that holds all the game logic. That it was a good approach, good experience going through the previous tutorial, which is on the kidscancode.org or something like that. There is a link on in the documentation, Godot engine documentation, the section community or tutorials. They have a link to their website with the tutorials, learning courses over there. That was the actually running shoot 'em up running a few moments ago, demonstrating the tutorial from their tutorial, the project from their tutorial. If a scene must interact with an external context, experienced developers recommend the use of dependency injection. This technique involves having a high-level API provide the dependencies of the low-level API. Why do this? Because classes which rely on their external environment can inadvertently trigger bugs and unexpected behavior. To do this, you must expose data and then rely on a parent context to initialize it. First, connect to a signal, extremely safe, but should be used only to respond to behavior. Connect to a signal, extremely safe, but should be used only to respond to behavior, not started. By convention, signal names are usually past tense verbs like entered, skill activated, or item collected. So GDScript parent, child signal name, connect, method on the object, a parent, so child signal, method call past. Okay, so this is a scene, a node in a scene, some child node, signal name dot connect and method to the object, and it says signal name emit triggers parent defined behavior. Okay, could I implement this in the project that I have created with my confirmation dialog? Call a method used to start behavior, parent, child method name equal do, child assuming it has string property named method name, and method do called method name. Call parent defined method with child must own. This is something that could be applied already, even for this oversimplified example that I'm running, the project that I created. But one thing I need to do here is to go like this, with this, or more like this. So what's been discussed here in this article? Scene organization. An example of my scene. Now we are looking, I've attached a script to this scene. But my scene root node is a confirmation dialog running on its own. And I don't have any special use case for this. So how would I handle? Let's say I will check. The good thing now is to check actually here in the node inspector. The section, the tab node for the given node, which is here on the left. What signals it has implemented. But they are not, they are connected, some of them, because as I tested, it does respond. This already works. Some basic, functionality. We have a accept dialog cancelled, so accept dialog. Okay, so we can see here in the list of signals for the given node, it has its own signals, the accept dialog or confirmation dialog. It has a cancel, confirmed, and what's the last? Custom action. Okay, custom action string name. Without implementation, but it's probably a way that provides me a mean how to implement custom behavior. The default behavior is OK and cancel, and they both close the dialog. And to properly work, they inherit actually the window signals from the window which is the higher in the hierarchy of scene of the nodes. I can give it a try here, give a child node to this scene, and we can see, just to open this, so we can see that the node I've added is accept dialog. No, I've added a confirmation dialog. Okay. So what is here exposed is RD cancel. What is exposed here are the underlying parent classes. Parent nodes up to the node 3 from this node. Okay. But that's not the, I'm just comparing or where I'm at with the project that I have opened at the beginning of the stream with the section of the manual. and we are discussing here the scene organization and relations. And I'm in here in the text, we're at this section with the script examples. And I'm looking, could I implement already this into the project? But here the example given in the text, in the manual section, is talking about the relations between a subnode, the child node, and its parent, or the root, the scene root, and something like, if I would add another thing like subchild, a child node to the one already instantiated in the scene, like maybe file dialog. So for example, I say create a file dialog as a subchild, and it's also hidden. And if I hide it, default is hidden, and it doesn't open. Okay, it is also open. I can have it open. But I might say this dialog, okay, I can say implement there its buttons, that there the OK says yes, open file dialog, and cancel say no, don't open it, ignore it. So can I play with these confirmation dialog buttons? Can I, let's say for example, disable closing or default behavior, like keep it open, but it is a dialog. Its purpose is to close and disappear. So what properties do we have on here, on this? Cancel button, there is text, so these are texts for the button. Dialog also has a text. Hide on OK. Okay, so here I can disable hide on OK and close on. I can disable closing it. Auto wrap. Okay. The flags, what flags should I have? It's visible on, so visible on off. This checkbox toggles this visibility like on the node itself. Wrap the controls, transient. Okay, so transient mode is the relation, how the focus is passed from going from this with focus when it's closed, and which other window will be brought up, I guess, something like that. Transient 2, focused, exclusivity. Always on top of parent, that's the exclusivity. Unresizable, borderless, always on top. Unfocusable, pop-up, extend to title, mouse pass-through, force native. I guess I can make it call the platform native pop-up or dialog. What are the, so this is the flags. That's under the flags, limits. Keep title visible, limits, so on. Content scale. The sizes, mode disable, what are the modes? Canvas item, viewport, aspect, ignore. Stretch fractional, okay. The theme, that would be skinning, theme, new theme, or I will not do the theming at the moment. The viewport, disable 3D, okay. Transparent background. I will just handle input locally. Rendering. Very specific. So some 3D stuff. What is this? Viewport, okay. Variable rate shading, canvas item. Linear texture, default texture. Audio listener, physics, graphic user interface, snap controls, enable sub windows, okay. SDF, oversize scale, positional shadow atlas, process, mode inherit, priority 0, physics priority, okay, thread group, okay, that's processing, physics interpretation, auto translate, editor description. Okay, so the most interesting part at the moment is the dialogue itself, and it has window and viewport. So the window and viewport correspond to the inherited parts, properties. So what would I need to get this file log show if I would, and is this the proper way to do this? If I would say, if I would use the parent to bring up the file dialog, what would I need to do to get that working? So that, let's say, example, the OK button here enables toggle visibility for the file dialog, and I'll just get the file dialog into the view in the center of the viewport. What does it have? File dialog, override modes on, file mode save. I'm looking for use native dialog, cancel button, OK dialog. That's the one on the top. And I'm looking for the, let's say, are the flags, content scale. Where would be the position, for example? The confirmation dialog, I had the okay, initial position. So in the window for this one, can I set similar settings? Initial position, absolute center of main window screen, so like this, and I will keep it hidden, and maybe I'll try through this stream to get the basic idea to use this confirmation dialog to open, close, toggle the file dialog. And I'm a bit suspicious about did I implement this properly, as I created the confirmation dialog. I've created as a parent to this file dialog, but let's say that's that's how it is for now. And here in the manual it is described how to build a relations with between scenes, for the scenes and nodes. And what's been given here is the example of a building a node to be independent of its environment, so it can be instantiated in another context, so it doesn't break if it's instantiated. So for example, we would like, for example, file dialogues to work, and that they work whenever they're instantiated. If I run this project, we can see we have right away a dialogue, and I can move it within the project viewport. And maybe I can even call the file system, and it receives and has implemented already working the resizing, moving. That works right out of the box. And it shows, okay, the path for it is the project directory. Can it allow me going outside? No, so it's locked to the project directory. Josue 5415, thanks for the follow on Kick, really appreciate that. So this Godot's inbuilt file dialog is locked to the project directory and allows me to create sub-project. I can do the test run dir. If I hit enter, it accepts enter, and we have now in the project a directory, and I can double check the file system. In the file system, is that defect? Is that true? So do I have now? Okay, so it really is created. Here it is. Here is the subfolder, the folder I created with using actually the Godot's built-in file, save file, open file, file dialog. So that I get working right out of the box with a simple implementation of the node save dialog, and it has file save, but I don't have any file. It's not attached. This dialog is not attached to any file, and it is a save file dialog. And I hit F8 to close this. But this is a file dialog, it doesn't need to be saved. I guess I could find here for it, change this and then change this. I could tell it what, okay, title is save file, but it doesn't have to be save file. Can it be open file? Where is that defined? It has some flags, limits, content scale, theme, but let's get back to the the manual for the, see what they say. I'll come to point 3. Initialize a callable property safer than a method, as ownership of a method is unnecessary. Used to start a behavior. So initialize a callable property safer than a method, as ownership of the method is unnecessary. Okay, safer than a method, as ownership of the method is unnecessary. A method as ownership of the method is unnecessary. Used to start a behavior. Child node function property equal object with method on the object. So I can call another object and assign it to the function property. Callable property safer than a method, maybe setter getters. A parent. Okay, so this parent has this child, and for this parent to call, for example, this child's property method, the method implementation is this. And that would be in a parent can use this function property by just referencing the node and its method property. Initialize a node or other object reference. A parent, so child referencing a child node, method member or a method equal assigned to self. Child print target, use parent define node. This is interesting. So what a parent assigns to its child node, the child can actually work with it. I understand. That would be like, could I build an example of this, or maybe even, so this is the first, well, I guess this is still just introduction in the object-oriented method or logic, how it reflects to Godot. Initialize a node path. Parent dot target path equal a string or the path in the node list. So the paths reference actually the node tree structure in the project. A child get node target path, use parent defined node path. Okay. These options hide the points of access from the child node. This in turn keeps the child loosely coupled to its environment. You can reuse it in another context without an extra changes to its API. A note: although the examples above illustrate parent-child relationships, the same principles apply towards all object relations. Nodes which are siblings should only be aware of their own hierarchies, while the ancestors mediates their communications and references. What are we looking here? Parent left dot target equal So we are I'm reading the dollar sign here as a reference to nodes. So some parent referencing some of his nodes, some left node, and its member target assigned node right, its child node right dot get node receiver. Parent, so, and the left node would be having a variable target with a type hint node. Do something with target, function execute, while right node has a function initialize init variable receiver equal receiver member new add child receiver get node receiver. So the same principles also apply to non-node objects that maintain dependencies on other objects. Whichever object owns the other objects should manage the relationships between them. Whichever object owns the other objects should manage the relationships between them. Warning. You should favor keeping data in-house, internal to scene, though as placing a dependency on an external context, even a loosely coupled one, still means that the node will expect something in its environment to be true. The project's design philosophies should prevent this from happening. If not, the code's inherent liabilities will force developers to use documentation to keep track of objects' relationships on a microscopic scale. This is otherwise known as development hell. Writing code that relies on external documentation to use it safely is error-prone by default. I can understand that. To avoid creating and maintaining such documentation, you convert the dependent node child into a tool script that implements get configuration warnings. Returning a non-empty packed string array from it will make the scene doc generate a warning icon with the strings as a tooltip by the node. This means the same icon that appears for such nodes as area 2D node when it has no child collision shape 2D nodes defined. So if there are some pre-required get configuration warnings, means if I add a here, like example said area 2D node, here is that warning, and it can be implemented that to function properly. This area 2D requires a shape, and I should consider adding collision shape or a collision polygon as child to define its shape. Nice. The editor then self-documents the scene through the script node code. No content duplication via documentation is necessary. A graphic user interface like this can better inform project users of critical information about the node. Does it have external dependencies? Have those dependencies been satisfied? Other programmers, and especially designers and writers, will need clear instructions in the messages telling them what to do to configure it. So why does all this complex switcheroo work? Well, because scenes operate best when they operate alone. If unable to work alone, then working with others anonymously with minimal hard dependencies, in an example loose coupling, is the next best thing. Inevitably, changes may need to be made to a class, and if these changes cause it to interact with other scenes in unforeseen ways, then things will start to break down. The whole point of all this indirection is to avoid ending up in a situation where changing one class results in adversely affecting other classes dependent on it. Scripts and scenes as extensions of engine classes should abide by all object-oriented principles. Examples include solid, dry, kiss, yagni. I will not go into these, but I'm loosely familiar with these, coupled with these terms. Choosing a node tree structure. Okay, so for this applies for the project I've created. I didn't premeditate my tree structure for a scene. I just picked some to satisfy curiosity. So we know scene at the moment that confirmation dialog works out of the box, file dialog works out of the box, and the area here I'll delete, so I don't need to do any implementation. So I don't have a loose object, loose node, that it's not completely implemented. And what they say here, you might start to work on a game but get overwhelmed by the vast possibilities before you. You might know what you want to do, what systems you want to have, but where do you put them all? How you go about making your project is always up to you. You can construct node trees in countless ways. If you are unsure, this guide can give you a sample of a decent structure to start with. An application or a game should always have an entry point. Entry point, people. Somewhere you can definitely track where things begin so that you can follow the logic. As it continues elsewhere, it also serves as a bird's eye view of all other data and logic in the program. For a traditional application, this is normally a main function. In Godot, it's a main node. Node main.gd. Okay, the main.gd script will serve as a primary controller of my game. Okay, that's not created by default. The projects don't get that when they're when I created the project. I didn't get the main node, a main script, or a node main.gd. Then you have an in-game world, a 2D or 3D one. This can be a child of main. Then you have an in-game world, a 2D or 3D one. This can be a child of main. In addition, you will need a primary graphic user interface for your game that manages the various menus and widgets the project needs. Node main.gd, node 2D, node 3D, world game. Okay, control graphic user interface GD. When changing levels, you can then swap out the children of the world node. Changing scenes manually gives you full control over how your game world transitions. Changing scenes manually gives you full control over how your game world transitions. Next step is to consider what gameplay systems your project requires. If you have a system that tracks all of its data internally, should be globally accessible, should exist in isolation, then you should create an auto-load singleton node. Learning it, big people here, big. I'll have a short break for another hour 2 in the stream. And for this topic, learning development in Godot engine, now we have already something to demonstrate, and I'll do the combination like a previous section, a chiptune player for Commodore 64 playing tracks from the high voltage sound chip SID chip collection, like so. And if I raise the volume, and here Alt tab to the another Godot project and run from the project manager of the Godot, second Godot instance open, I can run the project that I've completed from tutorial, classic shoot 'em up, and have it like this. This works by clicking on the start, and I can just hide on the side from these guys and maybe shoot one row of them. As a matter of fact, I could even fix the project I created to conform to the manual sections I'm working with. So I know that I have here I've created two nodes, and I can do two things to fix this to reflect properly given instruction explanations in the manual for the game design, and I will switch to this scene back to full screen. Bring back the official show soundtrack going. So I was curious. So what I should do? I should delete this node file dialog, let's say. But for the given to reflect the given explanations in the manual about the building dependencies or creating relationships between nodes and scenes, to reflect that onto this project, I can say, okay, I'm building a project, and I've created this, and they work. So the manual actually explains why these elements here that I have in the scene work on their own, because they are built that way. So the file save dialog doesn't break. It works right out of the box, opens, closes, does all the functions where I put it in the scene. I just said, hey, come here, and it works. So that the example as I run it reflects the method described in the philosophy described in the manual. This child node works on its own, independent of the environment where it's been instantiated. But for my design, it doesn't work well, because I've just bring them all back without building the logic of my project. So maybe to design better this project, I maybe say delete the node. And for this dialog that I say create added confirmation dialog, I say my, like in all educational courses, and also rename my scene also to say my underscore, and even rename the script also to say my, and then I can add a, let's say, should I then add a new scene that is a node 2D? Should I say that? Node 2D? No, don't, I'm not adding this, I'm creating a new scene. Delete. Okay. I create a new scene, yeah, like this, and say 2D scene. Cool. In here I can as a main one, I can, let's say, build a logic like a main entry point for the project, for the running application that I would develop. So I might then do this, like bring my confirmation dialog scene into here. Can I add it? No. Or link it? Then I should instantiate it, link it. Okay, so select the link or right click and instantiate child scene that I have created already, and create an instance of that thing in the scene. And if I say my main, if I hit Ctrl S, I will say my main, hit save, and here for the reference I will leave, I'll say my main. I guess this is camel case. And okay, so the scene by default shows the child node, as the child node has its given property visible by default. But the parent also, as an instance in the parent scene, it can, in the tree, as a child of root node of the scene, can also have its own, control its visibility property. But I'm not in sync with the manual for the given topic. But at least I'm aligning with the principles what I'm doing. And we are at the autoload singleton node, this section. For smaller games, a simpler alternative with less control would be to have a game singleton that simply calls the C3 change scene to file. For a smaller game, a simpler alternative with less control would be to have a game singleton that simply calls the scene3 change scene to file method to swap out the main scene's content. This structure more or less keeps the world as the main game node, and a graphic user interface would also need to be either a singleton, a transitory part of the world, or manually added as a direct child of the root. Otherwise, the graphic user interface nodes would also delete themselves during scenes transitions. Any GUI would also need to be either a singleton or transitory part of the world, or manually added as a child, direct child of the root. Otherwise, okay, if you have systems that modify other systems' data, you should define those as their own scripts or scenes rather than autoloads. For more information, see autoloads versus regular nodes. Each subsystem within your game should have its own section within the scene tree. You should parent, okay, each subsystem within your game should have its own section within the scene tree. You should use parent-child relationships only in cases where nodes are effectively elements of their parents. Does removing the parent reasonably mean that the child should also be removed? If not, then it should have its own place in the hierarchy as a sibling or some other relation. Okay. Note, in some cases you need these separated nodes to also position themselves relative to each other. You can use the remote transform 2D nodes for this purpose. They allow a target node to conditionally inherit selected transform elements from the remote node. To assign the target node path, use one of the following. A reliable third party like a parent node to mediate the assignment, a group to pull a reference to desired node, assuming there will only ever be one of the targets. When you should do this is subjective. The dilemma arises when you must micromanage, when a node must move around the scene tree to preserve itself. For example, add a player node to a room. Need to change nodes, so rooms, so you must delete the current room. Before the room can be deleted, you must preserve, add or move the player. If memory is not a concern, you can. So just to reflect on this, there is in applications that run in browser that are not like more traditional applications, let's say that are server-based script code like PHP, and even switching or navigating between the pages, they actually work like that. They work that way that each page, HTML page, is actually standing on its own thing. Now navigating from page to page doesn't preserve any state actually in the HTML on its own traditionally, but there are elements and objects that can be used to help persist or maintain the state of page elements. Either on the server side, objects can do that, help do that, or the JavaScript implementations that help transfer the data between navigation events, navigating from HTML page to HTML page. That's just like to compare this logic to the what's going on in this situation when you're browsing and trying to build a logic. If memory is not a concern, you can create a new room, move the player to new room, delete the old room. If memory is a concern, instead you will need to move the player somewhere else in the tree, delete the room, instantiate and add the new room, re-add the player to new room. The issue is that the player here is a special case where the developers must know that they need to handle the player this way for the project. The only way to reliably share this information as a team is to document it. Keeping implementation details in the documentation is dangerous. It is a maintenance burden. strains code readability and unnecessarily bloats the intellectual content of a project. In a more complex game with larger assets, it can be a better idea to keep the player somewhere else in the scene tree entirely. This results in more consistency, no special cases that must be documented and maintained elsewhere, no opportunity for errors to occur because these details are not accounted for. In contrast, if you ever need a child node that does not inherit the transform of its parent, you have the following options. The declarative solution: place a node in between them. Since it doesn't have a transform, they won't pass this information to its children. The declarative solution: place a node in between them. So what I'll do now, I will click here a node with middle mouse button to open it in the new tab and check to see where is this node. So this is in the manual documentation. Nodes is in the class reference section, chapter nodes, title nodes, and then if I collapse here the content, I can read it on the node, the documentation for the node, and the definition, actually the reference, class reference, the documentation for the node itself. Base class for all scene objects. Inherits the object, inherited by all these, inherited the node. Description, and now I'll compare how does this work in documentation for in Godot. So I have here, if I right click the node, okay, if I click the node, in the inspector there is a link here on the right, this search icon with link that actually says open documentation for this project. So I can get in the Godot itself, I can get the class reference for the node. It also works in the codes, script code. The inbuilt classes or objects have a interactive link to get into documentation. So let's compare the text, what is said on the website, and there should be one-to-one. But I can see right away it shows the inheritance in what's inherited by, and the 2D game object inherited by all 2D related nodes has a position, rotation, scale, and index. So description it is a little bit different here. So base class for all 2D scene objects, for all scene objects. Description: nodes are Godot's built-in blocks. They can be assigned. What does it say here? To the object with transfer, position, scale, including physics. Parent node. If I collapse this, can I see now better? Okay, so now text is wrapped, so I can compare, do this side-by-side comparison. Move the window in. How much can I move it in? Maybe it's the version difference. Maybe this description, the class reference online is for general, maybe all versions or older version, while the reference in the class reference in the Godot editor should match exactly the version that is running in. So this is 4.3, a stable branch, and here, if I actually go out of the zoom, it also says that this class reference is for 4.3. So I just wanted to make sure about that, about the documentation side by side for the engine and the documentation online. And where am I? So in complex games with large assets, better idea to keep player elsewhere in the scene tree entirely. So what I wanted to see is in this part of the manual, as there is the declarative solution, place a node in between them. So actually this is a bit abstract, just reading like this. Is this a reference to the actual placement of a node in a tree, like here, in between node, adding a node between, or actually in a logic, in design logic, like a use another node, another scene to load for transitioning. The imperative solution use the top level property for the canvas item or node 3D node. This will make the node ignore its inherited transforms. Note: if building a networked game, keep in mind which nodes are gameplay systems and gameplay systems are relevant to all players versus those just pertinent to the authoritative server. For example, users do not all need to have copy of every player's player controller logic, they only need their own. Keeping them in a separate branch from the world can help simplify the management of game connections and the like. The key to scene organization is to consider the scene tree in relational terms rather than spatial terms. Are the nodes dependent on their parent's existence? If not, they can then thrive all by themselves somewhere else. If they are dependent, then it stands to reason that they should be child of that parent, and likely part of that parent's scene if they aren't already. Does this mean nodes themselves are components? Not at all. Godot's node trees form an aggregation relationship, not one of composition. But while you still have the flexibility to move nodes around, it is still best when such moves are unnecessary by default. Next. Okay, when to use scenes versus scripts. Cool. We've already covered how scenes and scripts are different. Scripts define an engine class extension with imperative code, scenes with declarative code. Each system's capabilities are different as a result. Scenes can define how an extended class initializes. So scenes can define how an extended class initializes, but not what its behavior actually is. Scenes are often used in conjunction with a script, the scene declaring a composition of nodes and the script adding behavior with imperative code. A anonymous types. It is possible to completely define a scene's contents using a script alone. This is, in essence, what the Godot editor does. Only C++ constructor of its object. Wait, it is possible to completely define a scene's contents using a script alone. This is, in essence, what the Godot editor does. Only in the C++ constructor of its objects. I want to have this sink in. It is possible to completely define a scene's contents using a script alone. Get it? This is in essence what the Godot editor does, only in the C++ constructor of its objects, I guess. Behind the Godot editor we got the compiled classes and the instantiation of those objects is done from the compiled libraries in C++. If I would call them by the API, but since I'm not using C++, I will use. So I guess that it means that Godot is interface to interact with the underlying objects. But choosing which one to use can be a dilemma. Creating script instances is identical to creating in-engine classes. Whereas handling scenes require a change in the API. Again, but choosing which one to use can be a dilemma. Whether script or... Okay, I get so I cannot change a scene, but I can implement changes with the script. I guess that's what's said. Constant my node equal preload my node. Constant my scene equal preload my scene. My node a script. My scene preload script. Variable node equal node new constructor, I guess. Variable my node assigned my node new, say method call a node my node. Okay, my scene. Oh, different method calls. So new has a constructor while scenes have instantiation method. My inherited scenes, my scene instantiated packed scene. Gen edit state main create stain inheriting from my scene. My scene instantiate packed scene. My street scene inheriting from my scene. Okay. Also, scripts will operate a little slower than scenes due to the speed differences between the engine and script code. Oh, the larger and more complex the node, the more reasons there is to build it as a scene. Oh, so scenes are more efficient, but can't avoid scripts. Node base types, so named types built as a scene. The larger and more complex the node, the more reason there is to build it as a scene. Scripts can be registered as a new type within the editor itself. This displays it as a new type in the node or resource creation dialog with an optional icon. This way, the user's ability to use the script is much more streamlined, rather than having to know the base type of the script they would like to use, create an instance of that base type, add the script to the node. With a registered script, the scripted type instead becomes a creation option like the other nodes and resources in the system. The creation dialog even has a search bar to look up the type by name. There are two systems for registering types, so if I see here, check in the project settings, version control, debug editor, system, how would I create a script here? Let's say I want to create just a script without a scene. Can I here say on the file system, for example, right click and say create new? Okay, I can create a standalone script and then implement the code with code defined its purpose, like let's say define a custom type, and then I'll be able to add it or even create it, instantiate it as a scene or use it. Named types. There are two systems for registering types: custom types, editor only. Type names are not accessible at runtime. Doesn't support inherited custom types. An initializer tool creates the node within the script, nothing more. Editor has no type awareness of the script or its relationship to other engine types or scripts. Allows users to define an icon. Works follow scripting languages because it deals with script resources in abstract. Set up using editor plugin, add custom types. Script classes, editor and runtime accessible. Displays inheritance relationships in full, so I'll also now check right away the script classes. Do I have custom types? So registering name classes, making plugins. How come it is making plugins node? I will close this tutorial, I will close this, and I'll close this. Making plugins, okay. Custom types. What's the link? Where does it link to? Custom types. Do I have a link? Making plugins. So link from custom types here, it's making plugins. That's the script classes. GDScript basic class name. Okay, so script classes, they are accessible in editor and runtime. Displays inheritance relationships in full, creates the node with the script, but can also change types or extend the type from the editor. Editor is aware of inheritance relationships between script classes and engine C++ classes. Allows users to define an icon. Engine developers must add support for languages manually, both name exposure and runtime accessibility. Godot 3.1 and higher versions only. The editor scans project folders and register any exposed names for all scripting languages. Each scripting language must implement its own support for exposing this information. Both methodologies add names to the creation dialog, but script classes in particular also allow for users to access the type name without loading the script resource. Creating instances and accessing constants or static methods is viable from anywhere. Well, I know this is not a somewhat something you would watch daily on stream, but it's good to know, and here we go. There is merit in that what I just said, because I know it's tedious, but at least here is the read out loud version, audio video book, but it makes more sense because I feel I have a sense of accomplishment. It lacks for the without coding backgrounds for someone. It's very abstract, but there are takeaways. Like for example, the section itself says it is when to use script versus scenes versus scripts. So that's what is being discussed here, and I went through this with features like these. One may wish their type to be script without a scene due of these. So what it's saying here, when to use types versus scripts. Each system capabilities are different as a result. Scene can define how and an extended class initializes, but not what its behavior actually is. Scenes are often used in conjunction with a script, the scene declaring a composition of nodes and the script adding behavior with imperative code. And then we have it's possible to completely define a scene's contents using a script. So it's possible to completely do all game logic and visual parts, call the scenes, create the scenes, inbuilt elements and so on from the script. But the scenes have better performance wise, are more efficient. And then we have in case of anonymous types, what would be anonymous types, but choosing which one to use can be a dilemma. Creating script instances is identical to creating in-engine classes, whereas handling scenes requires a changing in the API. Okay, so I guess that the classes are separate into the script files, and it's possible to load them in a script using like this method. Assign my node, read the external node script, my node script, and load it in the script. In comparison, loading a scene into the script and assigning it a variable, and then working that way. But the scene is built in and cannot be additionally changed, like the way it is exposed to us and available, it's predefined, while the script can be loaded and used in other ways different than the scene. Also, scripts will operate a little bit slower, Okay, that's the performance impact. Named types can be registered as a new type. So if I code something or unique in the script, I can reuse it in the editor. And it would be registered in the editor as a custom type or a script class. Both methodologies. Now I'm catching up where I got to. Creating instances and accessing constants or static methods is viable from anywhere. With features like these, one may wish their type to be a script without a scene due to the ease of use it grants users. Those developing plugins or creating in-house tools for designers to use will find an easier time of things this way. On the downside, it also means having to use largely imperative programming. Performance of scripts versus packed scene. One last aspect to consider when choosing a scene and script is execution speed. As the size of objects increases, the script's necessary size to create and initialize them grows much larger. Creating node hierarchies demonstrates this. Each node's logic could be several hundred lines of code in length. The code example below creates a new node, changes its name, assigns a script to it, sets its future parent as its owner so it gets a saved disk along with it, and finally adds it as a child of the main node. What's going on here? Main.gd extends the node function, initialize init, declare variable child equal node constructor new, construct new, child name equal child script, preload child.gd. Okay, add child that is adding the child owner equals self. So script code like this is much slower than the engine side C++ code. Each instruction makes a call to the scripting API, which leads to many lookups on the backend to find the logic to execute. Scenes help to avoid this performance issue. Packed scene, the base type that scenes inherit from, defines resources that use serialized data to create objects. The engine can process scenes in batches on the back end and provide much better performance than scripts. Conclusion. In the end, the best approach is to consider the following. If one wishes to create a basic tool that is going to be reused in several different projects and which people of all skills level will likely use, including those who don't label themselves as programmers, then chances are that it should probably be a script, likely one with a custom name icon. If one wishes to create a concept that is particular to their game, then it should always be a scene. Scenes are easier to track, edit, and provide more security than scripts. If one wishes to create a concept that is particular to their game, okay. If one would like to give a name to a scene, then they can still sort of do this by declaring a script class and giving it a scene as a constant. The script becomes in effect a namespace. Dot name GD. What is going on? Class name game extends reference counted. Ref counted, so it won't show up in the node creation dialog. Class name, okay, extends ref counted. Constant my scene, preload my scene. Main GD extends node function ready add child game my scene instantiate. Oh, so in the script adding a add child to main a game node, my scene instantiate. Is this in the same script, completely in the same script, or are these different scripts? Should be tested. If one wishes to create basic tool, if one wishes to create concept, so best approach is to consider the following. If one wishes to create a basic tool that is going to be reused, then the scripting is cool. Create a concept that is particular to the game, then use scenes. If one would like to give a name to a scene, they can still sort of do this by declaring a script class and giving it a scene as constant. Okay, so this code is related to this point 3 bullet point. If one would like to give a name to a scene, then they can still sort of do this by declaring a script class and giving it a scene as a constant. I understand in a way. I will skip the user comments. Auto loads versus regular nodes. This is 3 hours in. Moment to take a short break. And again, like previously, reuse the build or previous project build for demo in the background. Changing to this, playing the C64 chiptunes. But this time another different demo, the 3D demo. That one we didn't see for a while. Now this project needs to be modified so it can have a demo mode, so it runs animated. This way it doesn't. That's why I'll actually implement in every of my projects the demo mode, especially for these purposes. Well, it is a short break. And going back to the manual, cool down this music, switch to the full screen, and get back the official show score. I think that worked good. Good transition, huh? Just need to hit here stream marker and get back to this. Okay, so this section is autoloads versus regular nodes. Godot offers a feature to automatically load nodes at the root of your project, allowing you to access them globally. That can fulfill the role of a singleton autoloads. These autoloaded nodes are not freed when you change the scene from code with scene tree change scene to file. In this guide you will learn when to use the autoload feature and techniques you can use to avoid it. The cutting audio issue. Okay, the other engineers can encourage the use of creating a manager class, singletons that organize a lot of functionality into a globally accessible object. Godot offers many ways to avoid global state thanks to the node triad signals. For example, let's say we are building a platformer and want to collect coins that play a sound effect. There is a node for that, audio stream player. But if we call the audio stream player while it's already playing a sound, the new sound interrupts the first. Solution is to create a global autoloaded sound manager class. It generates a pool of audio stream player nodes that cycle through as each new request for sound effect comes in. So we call the class sound. You can use it from anywhere in your project by calling sound play coin pickup OGG. So let's say I actually do this for the I get into asset library, so I'll grab actually a platformer 2D, a demo. Let's see. That I know it should have sound. So it should be around not recently updated. Give me a Z2A around platformer. I can see if there is, I can have a look. Is there an implementation of a such thing with a code example like explained in the manual? Platformer on code. Platformer 3D, platformer 2D, platform shooter, rigid body, role-playing, platformer 3D, physics platformer, so if I jump to last, is 2.5 2D demo, so classic shooter. So where is the platformer 2D? Okay, I'm resourceful. I don't see a 2D or platformer demo. Oh, here it is, 2D platformer demo. Let's grab this one, download. Oh, it's in a fancier, newer version. Lovely. And I'll browse and I'll reuse this tactics. And then what I need to say here is select the current folder, but create a folder. So it should create, okay, it should create a project folder. In the folder I selected install and export. Last editing 4.2, opening change for 4.3. Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll just have a peek in it. Obey my authority, like this. And 2D scene. Okay. Wow, it's running animations on its own in the editor. So where would I find now this example with audio stream player? As the game exactly has that thing in it, the coins, collecting coins. Let's see the project, and it's playing the music. Well, here you can have a and collecting coins, shooting, jumping. Okay, can I double jump? It has a partial double jump. And I should where is the okay, here it is. Oh, it's full screen. Can I scale it? Does it allow scaling? Yes, it does. That's good. But it's like integer scaling, or not super custom scaling. So that's the example of running the game, just to hear the sound. So let's check what would this mean for the implementation. Okay, stop it. And where would I see now the example given, if it's possible? So there's a solution given here for audio player that would support and manage the sound effects playing. A solution coding a global auto-loaded sound manager class. It generates a pool of audio stream player nodes that cycle through each. And if I check here the game single player, is there a main music scene? Is there a music script, player level, graphic user interface, enemy? What is in the folders? Okay, the graphic user interface, pause menu, pause menu screen, themes, touch button, and okay, I will check in the project settings what is the main scene, like application entry point. Run game single player scene, main scene. Okay, so if I open its main game single player scene, so this is the game split screen. Is there a script single player scene? and it has a script. Is that in the code? If I try to figure out this implementation solution explained here, how would I find it? A solution is to code a global. How does it look in a code? Do we have a code example? No. Sound play. What is showing here on ready? Sound interface, pause menu, unhandled input. And this is all that is in the script. Extends the node, function unhandled input, display server is action pressed, toggle. So are there any dynamic loading in the script? Dynamic server, toggle pause. I don't see it as such. But we have a game, nodes in the scene, interface layer, pause menu, player. What else is there is here in the... It does say that it does say in the project settings that the player scene is the main scene. Pause menu is pause menu, toggle full screen window mode, display server. So if I have a look in the inspector, does it reveal anything? Audio. Game. Or is it a part of a level? Is a level? Does level contain music? Can I say here collapse all? Grass, flowers, coins horizontal, coin, level, coins horizontal, abstract, coins arc, animation player, sprite, enemy, parallax background, trees. I can collapse these bushes, rock. Animation player, coins, platforms, enemies, tile map, multiple tile map layer nodes. I'm just guessing that we would get here this method of a global loaded a solution to code a global auto-loaded sound manager class. Where would I find it? But I should read further. Say we call the class sound. You can use it from anywhere in your project by calling sound play coin pickup OGG. This solves the problem in the short term but can cause more problems. Global state. One object is now responsible for all objects data. If the sound class has errors or doesn't have an auto stream player available, all the nodes calling it can break. Global access. Now that any object can call sound play sound path from anywhere, there is no longer an easy way to find the source of a bug. Global resource allocation. With a pool of audio stream player nodes stored from the start, you can either have too few and face bugs, or too many and use more memory than you need. Note about global scene access. The problem is that any code anywhere could pass wrong data to the sound auto-load in our example. As a result, the domain to explore to fix the bug spans the entire project. When you keep code inside a scene, only one or two scripts may be involved in audio. Contrast this with each scene keeping as many audio stream players nodes as it needs within itself, and all these problems go away. Okay. Each scene manages its own state information. So what are we talking about here? Auto-loading versus regular nodes. Okay, cutting audio issue. And each scene keeping as many audio stream player nodes as it needs within itself. Each scene manages its own state information. If there is a problem with the data, it only causes issue in that one scene. Each scene accesses only its own nodes. Now if there is a bug, it's easy to find which node is at fault. Each scene allocates exactly the amount of resources it needs. Managing shared functionality of data. Is that a hint that in this demo the coins are handling their own audio player pickup? Pickup is audio stream player 2D. And let me see, for example, in the audio player, what is there? What is playing? Do I have a play button? Stream is empty. Okay, stream is empty. How come? But it has a player in the node. A pickup, audio stream, no sub-resources. So is it in the code then? So script for coin script. I'm looking at a coin script. That's good. Does it say what should play? Animation animation play, body entered play and picked. Body as player, coin collected, emit. So this coin scene emits a signal, and who receives it? Emitted, coin collected. So does level have a method? Coin collected, can I have in this level, and level doesn't have a script. Is the level in this? Okay, level is in our game script. Is this Game script. Game is game. It has only unhandled input. I would expect here to have to see the receiver method for the emitted signal coin collected. Then it's a player probably. Is that a player script? For player script we got physics process, get new animation, try jump. Audio stream, jump sound. Doesn't show the method for the get new animation. Is shooting. Animation player, is there an audio reference? So where would be the music scene? Music scene, icon, webp, game, GD, split screen, GD, default, bus, default trees, level, enemy. So I cannot read it, figure out the signal emitted, who is receiving it. Player emits signal, level doesn't have the lever doesn't have. Level script, level doesn't have a script. Where is it hiding? Is it in the user interface level? Am I looking in the level script? Level GD. But there is a level GD script, so what's going on? Ready? Camera. And it extends the node to D. Is this the same script? Animation player. On body entered, coin collected, emit. Where would can I search for this? In the scripts. Can I search for this? Lookup symbol. Copy, select all, indent, lookup. Oh, it's a signal that so is this in the player? Signal coin collected. In the player. Can I get the player scene open just to make double sure? Player scene, player GD, that's the one. How would I see that? Inspector, node, a 2D script, that's the player. Our guy, that's our guy. Signals, that's the signals item. Okay, it has a coin collected. Okay. Cancel. Script, coin collected. And the coin GD, body as function, body as player, coin collected emit. So in the player, interesting. Can't see the relation for here, the given dilemma about loading audio. What they said is that it would be good if the entity itself would handle its own resource. So even if the main scene or the player calls the sound, it's still handled by the coin. And here we see in the coin script that it is a source of a coin collected signal. No, this is player. Player is the coin collected signal emission. Try jump, rerun. But the coin emits, calls the emit. The coin emits the coin collected emit. Play picked animation player play and dot play and picked. But is this the animation player, the audio? This is not the audio player. On body entered audio. So if I switch to 2D and go through these, where is the audio pickup? Stream is empty. I'm quite certain that I did hear a sound. Level, game. Can't see where the resource is loaded, like the sound effect for coin collect. Coin props. Is the sound a prop? No. Level, background, platform, props, prop, coin, where is the OG, where is the music, coin pickup, wow, okay, so it's the wave file, coin pickup. Can I search for it? I don't see, to find maybe the reference. Copy user ID, UID. Can I search for it somewhere? I don't know, globally for the project. Let's continue with this. Managing shared functionality or data. Another reason to use an autoload can be that you want to reuse the same method or data across many scenes. Let me switch back here. Where is the initial, let's say, introduction demonstration? How's that method described, like in a use case? Godot offers a feature to automatically load nodes at the root of your project, allowing you to access them globally. That can fulfill the role of singleton autoloads. These nodes are not freed. Okay, in this guide you'll learn when to use autoload feature. So I might just double check the singleton autoload introduction. Godot scene system, while powerful and flexible, has a drawback. There is no method for storing information. Player score on inventory that is needed by more than one scene. It is possible to address this with some workarounds, but they come with their own limitations. You can use a master scene that loads and unloads other scenes as its children. However, this means you can no longer run those scenes individually and expect them to work correctly. Information can be stored to disk and then loaded by scenes that require it, but frequently saving a loaded data is cumbersome and may be slow. The single pattern is a useful tool for solving the common use case where you need to store persistent information between scenes. In our case, it's possible to reuse the same scene or class for multiple singletons as long as they have different names. What's this? Globals. The to autoload a scene or script, start from the menu and navigate project settings, autoload. Okay, here you can add any number of scenes or scripts. Each entry in the list requires a name. So it's autoloads in the project settings. I'll get back to the manual. Cutting audio issues, okay. Managing shared information or functionality or data. In the case of functions, you can create a new type of node that provides that feature for an individual scene using the class name keyword in GDScript. When it comes to data, you can either create a new type of resource to share the data, store the data in an object to which each node has access, for example using the owner property to access the scene's root node. When you should use an autoload, GDScript supports the creation of static function using static function. When combined with the class named, this makes it possible to create libraries of helper functions without having to create an instance to call them. The limitation of static functions is that they can't reference member variables, non-static functions, or self. Since Godot 4.1, GDScript also supports static variables using static var. This means you can now share variables across instances of a class without having to create a separate autoload. Still, autoloaded nodes can simplify your code for systems with a wide scope. If the autoload is managing its own information and not invading the data of other objects, then it's a great way to create systems that handle broad-scoped tasks. For example, a quest or a dialogue system. I'll repeat, since still autoloaded nodes can simplify your code for systems with a wide scope. If the autoload is managing its own information and not invading the data of other objects, then it's a great way to create systems that handle broad scope tasks. So this reminds me of the general concept in Godot to create elements, entities that handle their own data and can work on their own, just like in the general guideline for the Godot project, how to organize scenes. They should be able to work independently in any given in different given environments. Okay, a note. An outlaw load is not necessarily a singleton. Nothing prevents you from instantiating copies of an auto-loaded node. An auto-load is only a tool that makes a node loaded automatically as a child of a root node of your scene tree, regardless of your game's node structure or which scene you run. For example, pressing the F6 key, as a result you can get the auto-loaded node. For example, an auto-load called sound by calling get node root sound. This is auto-loads versus regular nodes. Okay. I would like to be able to go and kind of implement examples while I'm going through this part of manual, but it's more like a discussion about the generalized discussion. And if I check the manual here, okay, I went through applying object-oriented principles, scene organization, scenes versus scripts, autoload versus regular nodes. Can I expand this? This is okay. When did I press next? So I'm now and when and how to use the nodes for everything. Okay. Godot interfaces, notifications, data preferences, logic preferences, project organization, version control systems, troubleshooting, and there's quite a way to go. And this is in the manual, just the best practices section. Let me check troubleshooting. What? Running slowly. Okay. Editor introduction. Advanced feature. Android editor. Managing features. Managing Android editor feature introduction. Creating profile, sharing profile. This reminds me of the Blender I've done our previous session. Advanced feature, command line tutorial. Oh, command line references. An external text editor. Official editor plugins. Emacs Studio Code. I'll go back here. I want to keep on this page. I'm just browsing the rest of the contents, the index. Migration 2D, 3D, procedural geometry. Okay, now this is interesting. This section could be interesting to interact with the build an example, work in parallel with the example for the editor, build a project and go through this. Animation, assets pipeline, audio export, file internalization, file and data input output, Preformers physics platform specific plugins, rendering, shaders, user interface. Well, it's actually not super too much, but user interface, UI building blocks, skinning, control node, tutorials, control. What is this? Shaders. Your first shader. GD script, scripting. A reference, an introduction to dynamic languages, exported properties, documentation, comments, documenting a script. This is interesting. BB code and class references, static typing, the scripts start guide, warning system, core features. How to read the Godot API. Okay, cross language. It will be great to go through all this, I'm quite sure. Okay, so when and how to avoid using nodes for everything. Nodes are cheap to produce, but even they have their limits. What say you? A project may have tens of thousands of nodes all doing things. The more complex their behavior, though, the larger the strain each one adds to a project's performance. Godot provides more lightweight objects for creating APIs which nodes use. Be sure to keep these in mind as options when designing how you wish to build your project's features. Object. The ultimate lightweight object, the original object, must use manual memory management. With that said, it isn't too difficult to create one's own custom data structures, even node structures, that are also lighter than the node class. Example, see the tree node. It supports a high level of customization for a table of content with an arbitrary number of rows and columns. The data that it uses to generate its visualization, though, is actually a tree of 3 item objects. Advantages: simplifying one's API to smaller scoped objects helps improve its accessibility and improve iteration time. Rather than working with the entire node library, one creates an abbreviated set of objects from which a node can generate and manage the appropriate subnodes. One should be careful when handling them. One can store an object into a variable, but these references can become invalid without warning. For example, if the object's creator decides to delete it out of nowhere, this would trigger an error state when one next accesses it. Ref counted, only a little more complex than object. They track references to themselves, only deleting loaded memory when no further references to themselves exist. These are useful in the majority of cases where one needs data in a custom class. Example, see the file access object. It functions just like a regular object, except that one needs not delete it themselves. Okay, I'll repeat. It functions just like a regular object, except that one need not delete it themselves. See file access. Advantages, same as object. 3. Resource, only slightly more complex than reference counted. Ref counted, they have the innate ability to serialize, deserialize For example, save and load their object properties to from Godot resource files. Example, script packed scene for scene files and other types like each of the audio effect classes. Each of these can be saved and loaded. Therefore, they extend from resource. Advantages. Much has already been said on resource advantages over traditional data storage methods. In the context of using resource over nodes though, their main advantage is inspector compatibility. While nearly as lightweight as object ref counted, they can still display and export properties in the inspector. This allows them to fulfill a purpose much like subnodes on the usability front, but also improve performance if one plans to have many such resource nodes in their scenes. Um, 4 hours of the stream, so if I go to the next chapter, let's see what's going on. Godot interface. So is this the Godot interface? Where am I? Best practices, interface, acquiring object references, accessing data or logic from an object. So what's going on here? Often one needs scripts that rely on other objects for features. There are two parts to this process. Acquiring a reference to the object that presumably has the features. Accessing the data or logic from the object. The rest of this tutorial outlines the various ways of doing this all. Acquiring object references. For all objects, the most basic way of referencing them is to get a reference to an existing object from another acquired distance. I will close this editor project, quit the project list. Okay, and minimize it and go back here, and for example I'll create here a new script, my new script, and here bring it over here. Where is it? No, don't keep it here, keep it here. Okay, manuscript. I'm a little bit unclear about these examples, like are they just theoretical or they could be I might, let's say, right away here have an object. Let me just see what's going on here. A node, but this is capital. What is the node lowercase? Node dot object. Property access, method access. I'll just comment this. It looks like something very generalized. Acquiring object references. A node object, maybe if I do maybe if I do take the suggestion like node object, cannot find member object in the base node, but maybe it's just generalized probably in the example given. So I'll keep it lowercase just for example. But Godot interfaces, the same principles applies for ref counted objects while user often access a node and resource. If you need an export constant which doesn't exist, what's going on here? Instead of property or method access, one can get resources by load access. Okay, we are 4 hours in and this needs to end. I will not call this a hit or a golden, but how would I summarize all this? I would summarize this like they say it's a tutorial, for example. So I'm reading the manual, the Godot engine manual, and I went from the manual section and I've been to applying object-oriented principles in Godot, scene organization. I went to use scenes versus scripts, and then at auto loads for me it become very vague altogether. But well, I did read all through, but what was driving my focus, weakening my focus on it, was the constant idea I had to try and do something interactive at the same time, but I didn't do it. I did try load a project and look if I can find an example of some implementation, especially with the platformer 2D demo. I tried to check for the idea here described, managing in the chapter auto loads versus regular nodes, subsection the cutting audio issue, and I didn't see clearly that implementation and that example demo that actually has the given example sound effect for collecting coin, as a game is a platformer demo collecting coins. And now I'm in the stopping here with the Godot interfaces, because I think I'm not sure how will I exactly go through this in the streams live, or even record this, because anybody can just read through this. But for example, it's still good, worthwhile. At least I read it, I've learned, figured something out. But anybody else should also give it a read. But for interaction, I can't find it useful. And that's why I'll maybe be skipping some of these parts. But I don't suggest anybody to skip. If anybody wants to learn, go through this. But the subjects are a little bit abstract, like higher level, not as in the skill level, but in the level of conceptualization. I still have a huge appetite for this content, but I really like to. It's kind of grindy, but I would like to get into the more interactive bit. And for example, Godot interfaces. The Godot is actually, and also here in the manual, it describes not just making a game, but also the custom tools that can be built for the custom projects with the Godot, and how would that work with Godot editor and the interfaces. Like mentioned a moment ago in a previous topic. The previous topic was mentioning the let's say this inbuilt ultimate lightweight object. The original object must use a manual memory management. Well, let's see. Here it mentions the advantages where that some avoiding using nodes for everything, like scripting, for example. Let's say, okay, node is not good for this, maybe I do something with code or do another type of how about other objects or classes? So for example, here it's given the ultimate lightweight object for the object, like a original or the root class for nodes and all other objects in the Godot ecosystem, Godot. And here it is mentioning the example, mentioning the fact that there are levels of how deep it goes. It can go how one can develop and go deep, even in an abstract way or metaphorically behind the editor itself to the lower base classes. But then we should know that we are losing the visual representation of the implementation and the members of lower level objects in the editor interface. So at one point here is the class that is very low level, but it will reflect its state in the Godot's inspector. So if I try and let's say another scene, new scene, and I want something for a root of the scene, some node. These are the nodes that can be used through the editor in the visual interface, graphic user interface. But there are some objects that are even deeper, that are accessible through scripting. That's the thing. And scripting doesn't have to reflect everything in the user interface. So that this section mostly covered the concept. Well, it's actually not just covering the concept, but it's it is telling how that level of implementation and the level of, well, it's hard to find words to explain. So there, it provides a insight and brings up that ability to go deeper than just user interface, and what are the pros or cons in a aspect of the performance and the scope of complexity, and in the scope of the project's complexity. So whether it's better to use scenes to organize a project, or how to balance. It describes, so all these chapters have so far kind of weights whether use more code, and for performance benefits, and for the project management aspect. How much would code implementation make project more complex or harder? So it helps to find one it's trying to advise us about how to balance the project and when to go heavier on scripting, and how much is how good it is just, or benefits, or just working with or how to efficiently use the scenes and nodes and that structure. Well, you're welcome. That's the summary of these 4 hours. I did have a chat here on YouTube with Papa Stuffy. The other chats were silent. Switching here to the outro. This was my learning development in Godot day 10, going through the manual, official documentation on website, and well, I'm your host, Eddy, who loves you the most, even you. Signing out. See you very soon. I like doing these. Well, I was a curious one. I didn't want my hand guided, and here I was going through the official documentation to get like objective view perspective on the tool, the methodology, philosophy, not to try cut corners in the learning process. Hope you can learn something from me. I mean, from my example, I do this to encourage. I'm not here to give advice, I'm actually learning. Either way, I hope I'll get a better, more efficient approach to doing this on stream, but hey, here we go. Anyway, I need to point out for these recapitulation stream summaries, I will as soon as possible now cut this part of a stream in a standalone episode. Put in the description, there will be a link to my website where I will actually link to a post that will have a title Day 10, and from there I will branch an update for this topic related to this actual stream. What are useful parts of the stream? So if anything new I do and edit this long stream, that will branch out, and the root, the reference for it will be a link that will be with this stream Day 10. I'm not sure will I update also the description for this, for the given summary video, but it will be linked as Day 10. So what's the idea? I realized that segmenting this learning process into days makes more sense, as it doesn't take learning everything going to school on courses takes a couple like school hours, 50-45 minutes, and so someone would take a course like few hours course daily, so it would be day 1, 2, 3 hours, and that's sufficient even in the formal official courses, education, seminars, whatever. So I'll keep that structure. It seems logical, reasonable, efficient. I'm not a professional educator, but I'm not pushing my own ideas. I'm just reading what's the official documentation. I guess that if I stick to that, I'm on the right track, right? The subject topic at this moment was a bit abstract. I'm not the best to elaborate it, but I get the notion about how what's possible to be done, what is potential of Godot, either for developing exactly the game, or tooling and implementing and extending it. So there is an interface inside to dig deeper that is just not clear right away in the engine's editor right away. There are still few layers down to the lower level classes, objects, and the code libraries. Thank you all for stopping by. Been great having you around. And the outro section, I guess I prepared it in advance. Yeah, looks ready. Here he goes. Stay safe. Don't do all of the things I would do, or don't do things I wouldn't do. And not because I said so. I have confidence in you. You can handle it.